BRRR report of DHET. There is a bit of a delay in relation to the DSI. There's been a technical glitch from the content advisors team. We're really hoping that that document will be retrieved. But we are working on that, colleagues, so that we can adopt that report as soon as possible as well. So that's our day today. Anele, can I check on your side if you could kindly give us an indication of apologies this morning?
Morning, Chair. Good morning to members. Chair, we received apologies from the Minister, who is unable to attend our meeting this morning due to the stakeholder consultation meeting on sustainable student funding model. We also received an apology from the Deputy Minister, who is currently traveling from Europe from the World Skills competition. In terms of the members, we received apologies from Honorable Mananiso, who is currently attending the Section 194 committee meeting. Also received an apology from Honorable King, who is unable to attend the meeting due to other commitments. Chair, also Honorable Tambo will be joining the meeting a bit late. Those are the apologies that we received for this morning. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Anele, for those apologies. DG, at this point, I'd like to then hand over to you to then lead the delegation. I see DG just entered the meeting. I don't know if maybe he's been having challenges with his network, but DG, I had at this point handed over to you to lead the presentations from the NSF, or regarding the NSF and its annual report. Am I still audible, colleagues?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, you are.
Okay. All right. So over to you, DG. I don't know if Mr. Sonti is on the, okay, Mr. Mabusela is flighting the document. Mr. Sonti, can you give us an indication of DG's network or?
Yes, we using a Wi-Fi from a hotel is a bit unstable today, Chair, but is trying to get in with DG. But Mr. Mabusela can maybe probably speak. Oh, yeah.
Chair,
No.
I think I can hear you now. It's clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, DG. I think Mr. Mabusela, you are flighting the presentation. If you can just put it in presentation mode, please.
Allow me to.
Sorry, DG, 1 second. So, Mr. Mabusela, what you would do is there on the tab where it says view. So, given whatever presentation you want to display, you would go to view at the top of the tab view, and should give us an option to put it in. I think it's called full screen mode. Azog. But now we're on page 30. But essentially now you have an idea of how you can make sure that the presentation shows in full. While you try to figure that out, let me hand over to DG to make his opening remarks. DG.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you, Chair, and all the members of the Portfolio Committee present. My colleagues, the Office of the Minister, the Office of the Deputy Minister present. Thank you for making time to attend the meeting and we're looking forward to this opportunity and we appreciate it. Chair, I would suggest that we start with our attempt to answer the questions and spend a little bit of time. In this regard, we have prepared a presentation to cover the questions and try to respond to these questions as asked by honorable members. We've categorized the questions according to key themes, and I think that the presentation will provide that response. And I would suggest that I then come back once the presentation is made to make my inputs at that stage. But at this point in time, I'll request that Mr. Mabusela start with the presentation. With me in the team.
Sorry, DG, sorry to interrupt you. So I think you were still logging on to the platform when I made my opening remarks. So we agreed that we would start with the presentation on the annual report, then go into responses from Wednesday, and then go into an elaborative discussion on the two matters.
All right.
Yeah, that's how we had thought we would do it. So, but I mean, yeah, that's how we had said we would do it. So we'll start with the annual report. We'll come back to the responses from Wednesday's meeting, and then we'll go into a full-on discussion on both matters.
You're welcome, Chair. Thank you for the guidance. I think we can go straight away with the presentation of the annual report, and thank you for that. Mr. Mabusela, the Chief Executive of the NSF is here, ladies and gentlemen. David.
Let's flag the presentation, colleagues. Okay, I'm not getting an idea of whether or not someone's attempting to flag the presentation, or can someone respond, please?
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, DG. I'm actually trying to unload and reload again. If you can just indulge me for a minute. Reload.
So you do have sharing rights, and Mr. Mabusela has sharing rights?
Yes, yes, Chair.
Okay.
Is the presentation visible, Honorable Chair?
Yes, we can see it. So you just need to put it on full screen mode.
Okay.
Perfect.
There we go then. Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. Let me greet you as well as the honorable members, the DG, the ministerial advisors, as well as my colleagues in the department. I'll start with the annual report as well as our financial statements for 21-22 financial year. The content thereof, Chair, indicated as follows. That's going to be the content thereof. And the legislative policy framework mandates right up to the audit action plan for 21-22. I'm not going to much on the policy and legislative mandate because they're quite current, and all our annual reports, they reflect this, and the members as well as colleagues are familiar with this slide, as well as the next slide that relates to the frameworks that inform the mandate for skills development provisioning, and also to slide, Chair, that then relates to the NSF theory of change, wherein the critical aspects thereof, Chair, are the outputs with respect to then the NSF, our activities, Chair, to skills development, training provision, as well as the inputs that are there. What is of critical aspect is the question of our values, Chair. As you would know, that we are in the middle of a huge question mark on the nature of our values as the NSF. But be that as it may, integrity, passion, accountability, as well as service excellence, they form the basis or the framework of our values, which we aspire to when we deliver the training. So moving to our performance overview for 2021-22, this is organizational performance. I must actually disclose upfront, Chair, to say its stage is not a very a nice picture with respect to our overall performance, especially around institutional performance, where as the NSF, out of the 29 output indicators, we unfortunately achieved only 7 of those, which is really a huge disappointment. I must actually indicate that that performance is then categorized in terms of programs, where for program 1, out of 6 output indicators, only 1 was achieved. Program 2, out of 15 indicators, there were none that were achieved. And then out of program 3, out of 8 indicators, 5 were achieved. This is then the graphic representation of what I've just reported on. In the program 1, that amounts to about 17% achievement. Program 2, that amounts to 33%. Program 3, that relates to about 13%. And if you relate to all the programs, that relates to 24% achievement. And then in terms of aggregation now with respect to gender, the total beneficiaries that were funded, 81,532 in the current year, the previous year, actually, of which 30,000 were male and 51,000 were female. The rural and urban distribution, it is as indicated, 44 for urban and 37,000 for rural. In terms of age distribution, that is how it is distributed: 35% for youth under 25, which basically is a challenge, 45% for youth between 25 and 35, give and take. If you combine the two youth categories, that will amount to about 80% of the youth category, and you then have the remaining 20% over 35 category, that is the adult category. In terms of racial distribution, that's how the 85,000 is distributed into provincial breakdown. This is how the breakdown is, Chair. The highest number is between KZN as well as the Eastern Cape and primarily Gauteng is the largest beneficiary. If you look at those, Northern Cape is the least benefiting province in terms of skills training at this point in time, an issue that needs to be looked at as to why the numbers are so low in the Northern Cape. Now, if we break down now the performance in terms of programs, zooming in now into the actual activities or output indicators, in terms of the percentage of audit findings addressed in the 21-22 financial year, they relate to 13%. These, they largely relate to the proper compilation of documentation and the making of that information available to the AG for proper and unlimited scope of audit. And there's quite a lot of work that still needs to be done with respect to the nature as well as the quality of the documentation that is now presented. But we, however, admit that we still need to do more with respect to that area in the quest to address the findings, the percentage of compliance in terms of the PFMA, and the NSF at this point in time, the previous year, complied with the PFMA to a certain degree. I'm saying so, Chair, in the sense that we, in the report itself, we still have findings that relate to wasteful and irregular expenditure. And then with respect to percentage of approved standard operating procedures, out of the planned targets, we had a 50% achievement there. And then with respect to policies, that was also 50%. And then the percentage of funded position filled, that is where we're not doing very well. Chair, quite a number of our vacancies are still outstanding. The client satisfaction rating, that one is a new target that will be reporting on in 22-23 financial years. Percentage of key ICT priorities implemented. We have implemented 50% thereof out of the 80% target that we have planned. And then moving to program 2 with respect to skills development funding, the number of learners funded by the NSF in 21-22, the accumulative target is 81,532, and we've added by 21,032. The reason thereof of that achievement is the fact that due to ones of funding provided to NSF, this was used through the NSFAS processes. And then the number of NSF funded beneficiaries who completed their education and training, out of the 35,000 that was projected, 13,000 was achieved with respect to that, and the reasons for that, the delays were there in the implementation of the new recommended projects, as well as the dropout rate of learners from the projects. And then the number of learners funded by the NSF for education and training, occupations on high demand. There we registered an accumulation figure of 21,761 on top of the the recurring figure from the previous years. It was also due to the NSFAS contribution. The number of funded learners who completed their education and training towards occupations on high demand, that number, Chair, we achieved only 4,133 4,133 learners who were funded out of the 10,500 that was projected. Students program 2, in relation to now the skills development beneficiaries that were funded in the rural areas, the number increased by 1,788. They are accumulating year-to-year figure of 35,400. And then the number of NSF-funded beneficiaries in rural areas who completed their training, they were short by 1,700 from our projection. Number of bursaries that were funded, we exceeded the number there by 44,000. Number of learners funded by the NSF for skills development through community-based skills development initiatives, the 1,300 shortage there, as well as 149 shortage with respect to number of learners from rural areas who were funded in response to innovation and digital technology. And then continuing with skills development funding now in the terrain of SMMEs and cooperatives. The number of SMMEs and cooperatives that were funded by the NSF in that year, the achievement was nil. Number of learners funded by NSF through SMEs and cooperatives, number was also nil here. The number of NSF funded learners who completed the education and training through SMMEs and cooperatives, the number was also nil. The reasons for these huge variances are given the Chair to indicate that the old projects that were there with respect to SMMEs and cooperatives closed, and the new recruitment processes now had to be started in the 22-23 financial year. To CPI intervention, constituency-based pensions, the number of learners funded by NSF for worker education, 389 more were funded in that period. Number of individuals participating in constituency-based interventions, there was an underachievement of 601, and the number of constituency-based interventions that were funded, there was a divisions of 18 there. The delays are as indicated, Chair, largely relating to implementation of new recommended projects, the rate of learner dropouts. Looking at the PSET system now, improvement, the number of skills infrastructure development, the current indicator is that this has been now achieved from the cumulative target of 9. And that total now has been closed. If there has to be another project, it will then have to be incepted. And then the percentage of NSF funded projects that are aimed at skills infrastructure development, which achieved more than 60% of the envisaged output, was an underachievement there of 52%. Moving further with the PSET improvement system funding, the number of capacity development projects funded as per the approved implementation plan. Out of the 49, Chair, there was an underachievement of 22. And then the percentage of funded projects that are aimed at PSET capacity development, which achieved 60%, but there was an achievement of 44%. Looking at the PSET system now, further on, number of interventions funded to inform the HRSSA and the NSA, HRSSA and the NSA. There was an underachievement there of 5 out of the 8 projects that were earmarked. Number of research interventions funded. There also, out of the target that we placed of 8, we only achieved 3 and are underperformed by 5. The percentages of NSF funded projects that are aimed at research projects, which achieved more than 60% of the NCC's output, there was no achievement at all. And then the number of innovation interventions funded, also there, that target still needs to see the day of the light because there's no achievement at all there yet. Moving further, Chair, to the financial overview of the NSF for 21-22, contrasting the revenue, Chair, against what we have dispersed in 21-22. That is the graphic representation thereof, where we have dispersed more than we have received from the levy. Then looking at the balance sheet now with respect to the total revenue, contrasting it with the previous year, the income or the total revenue of the NSF in terms of SARS and the levy, 4.3 billion was received for 2021-22. And as the explanatory note indicates, the 3.8 billion was from the levy, which expanded almost by 1 billion, 1.4 billion from the previous year. And then further on, if we look at our total administration expenses in comparison to the previous year, they've actually minimally increased from 179 to 189 million. This actually relates to largely employee costs of posts and so forth. And then looking at the disbursements now, in comparison to 2020-21, 21-22, for 21-22, we've disbursed 4.5 billion, and whereas in 2020-21 it was 1.7 billion, which indicates a huge increase in terms of the disbursement. And if we look at the balance sheet in terms of the non-current assets, the previous year with the current year, there is a very slight increase, Chair, with respect to those elements of property, plant and equipment and other intangible assets and infrastructure. And then the current assets, then they also increased by almost 1 billion, and which relates to those issues related the investment right up to cash and cash equivalents. And then if we look at our accumulated surpluses, which is not a good picture in terms of a skills development funder, the surplus actually increased from 10 billion to about 11 billion, of which of that 11 billion, 617 million was then used in 21-22, largely with respect to NSFAS funding. However, we still now sit on that on an excess of 10 billion surplus. Then, if we look at our liabilities now, our liabilities have extensively increased from 717 million right up to 2.3 billion rands, which amount to those items. And then now, if we look at our total revenue versus the administrative expenses, we have only used 5% from our revenue with respect to our administrative expenses. It's under normal circumstances, Chair, it's not a fully valid statement to say we remain efficient, in the sense that there are still administrative expenses that have not been actualized with respect to the filling of posts and the like. In terms of financial availability, it is efficient, but in terms of what is supposed to be spent on, it is not a cost-effective implementation picture in terms of our administrative expenses. Those are our contractual commitments that were there for 21-22, related to issues of property, plant and equipment, DHET infrastructure, as well as an amount of 20 million related to intangible assets. And then if we then proceed to the budget versus the expenditure, this then, Chair, actually narrates now the graphic representation that I have just previously done on all the balance sheet items. Looking at the education and training, as I've indicated, for 21-22, we've dispersed about 4.41 billion rands. Largely, this is, as I've indicated, this is largely as a result of the NSFAS element, where 3.3 billion thereof was transferred as funds to the NSFAS. And then look at the PSET system development and capacity building, 87 million. Expenses were incurred. Skills infrastructure development, 280 million was incurred. The skills development, research, innovation and advocacy, 1 million only was incurred. Then employee costs, only 26.7%. Which shows the low level of employee recruitment that we are currently facing as a challenge. And our operating expenses, the actual operating expenses is at 9% below the budgeted operational expenses. And then the issues of fees now, in terms of management bank fees, 7.9% over the budget was then the cost for management fees and bank charges. And then the SARS collection fees. The previous year, we then posted about 9.2% savings from the actual levy. Looking at the irregular and fruitless, as well as wasteful expenditure, those are the areas in which we experienced these situations, ranging from the appointment of TVET college construction contractors, which amounted to that value, right up to under investigation. And these are dealt with in terms of the provisions of the National Treasury as to how we deal then with issues of irregular as well as wasteful and fruitless expenditure. And these are issues that the AG need feedback with respect to the implementation of those consequence management aspect of the National Treasury regulations regarding respect to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. These relate to projects that we have funded. And at the top there, you've got the Center for Education Policy Development with that amount right up to Rubicon Communications. Some of these projects, Chair, that also the ones that have been flagged by the forensic, not the age, but the forensic report. If you look at the Center of Education Development Policy, that's one of them. Ingwe is one of them. Rubicon is one of them. And we're dealing them in terms, some of these in terms of the forensic report now that is in our receipt. Looking at issues raised by the Auditor General, Chair, this is the picture, Chair, summary picture that we got from the outcome of the AG, which for 2021-22, we moved from a disclaimer finding to a qualified finding. We admit, Chair, the fact that under normal circumstances, this is not still the right picture that NSF should reflect. And there's still a lot of work to be done, as indicated in these other blocks there, the areas where the NSF needs to then pay more attention and relate this to the management report as well as the next audit action plan in addressing these findings that have been summarized in this slide. Then the 2021 audit outcome, the basis for qualified opinion are those, Chair, with respect to skills development, issues that we still need to deal with. Adequate systems are not yet in place fully for skills development funding. Expenses were not recorded in the correct period. That is still the challenge that we still facing. This relates largely to reconciliations between what is disbursed and what is reported in terms of a given project. Sufficient appropriate audit evidence that skills development funding for the current and previous years had been properly accounted for was not available. And these are some of the findings that were there in some of the projects. Inadequate project monitoring, that this is our critical Achilles heel. This one, our project management aspect, because it operates at the skills development provider level, and it inculcates a continuous monitoring of the project, and it reconciles expenditure, tranche expenditure or tranche disbursement against what is being achieved. We still need to do a lot here. And also the AG found that there was no alternative means to confirm some of the skills development funding. And then with respect to the question of accruals in the finance, as well as non-exchangeable transactions, in this case, there is still gaps that needs to be closed with respect to appropriate evidence, with respect to accruals and non-exchangeable transactions that they've been properly accounted for in the correct periods. And also that one I've already related to it, the inadequate project monitoring and expenditure approval processes. On the human resource part of things, here NSF is still struggling at this point in time to fill the full complement of its posts. Of 179 posts that are there, 106 have been filled. 73 vacancies are still remaining across the NSF. Of those 73, 63 have been advertised, and 12% existed at senior management level, 47% highly skilled supervision salary level. That will be your deputy director, assistant director level. And then 41% at highly skilled production salary level. That will be below that senior as well as practitioner levels. This is the graphic presentation of the previous narration of the total number of posts, 179. 106 has been filled, 73 is still outstanding. Then this is the personal cost as reported in the previous year. This is the breakdown in terms of levels. Also, in terms of employment equity within the NSF. And then this relates to the movement within the employment in the NSF, the turnover aspect against the filling of the post. Looking at the audit action plan, Chair, for 21-22, it's true that the NSF is showing some signs of noticeable rehabilitation and improvement, that the 2021 financial year report shows a slightly positive movement away from the two disclaimers to a qualified report. The NSF is in the process of developing a new AAP, which will then address the current and other lingering findings in the previous years, which the AG is retaining in our books. And we are in the process, Chair, of reconciling these two now, the current findings with the previous findings. Some of the findings that I have indicated, they still reflect a struggle to move away from the previous findings, especially around the proper presentation of source documents, which somehow, particularly within the organizational performance environment, it then creates a lot of misstatements where targets are not really properly reported on. And some of the targets that are reported on, they really do not have a tangible or concrete evidence that we can give to the AG. Those are some of the issues that we're still grappling with, and they will reflect in our audit action plan for 21-22. The audit action plan processes, Chair, they've started in the sense that we had a debriefing session with the entire NSF staff to indicate the challenges as well as what needs to be done, the challenges, the successes during the previous audits, and what needs to be done moving forward by each unit and each person in the NSF in order to improve the outlook of the NSF. Arising from that engagement, Chair, our business continuity plan, an improvement plan, then will emanate into, will come into producing the annual audit action plan. Our internal audit is actually in the process of consolidating the inputs from the various units. And within a week or two, we'll be presenting that audit action plan to the NSF Audit Committee for confirmation and approval for implementation. Then the 2021 NSF Management Report particularly raised the following critical root causes for the findings: the lack of capacity in the NSF, insufficient and inadequate review procedures regarding the preparation and submission of annual reports. Some of the issues here, largely here, Chair, it relates to where issues or matters are attended to at the last moment. However, the improvement maybe this time around in this aspect was informed by the fact that between ourselves and the AG, we agreed then to an interim audit before the final audit was carried out. This had a consequence of actually making some of the information readily available for the final audit. So we are looking at proceeding with that type of practice, where just before the actual audit, we perform our own interim or dry run audit assisted by the AG. And also one of our weaknesses is our IT system, which we have not yet fully developed. The Microsoft Dynamics system is almost, one could place it at about 60-70 completion before it is fully deployed to address all the business units of the NSF, not only finance, but largely with respect to skills development provision. And then also insufficient validation of information before accounting for financial transaction and performance information. And that this relates to the aspect of which I've raised with respect to the quality of the source documents that we keep or require from STPs. It was pointed out that we need to make some improvements there. Those are the 4 critical areas around which our findings rotate, and we need to then move forward to address those findings in terms of the audit action plan. And then the current activities, Chair, the NSF management completed a process. I've alluded to this one, Chair. And then number 2, the NSF management in the process of also alluded to this one. And then the new audit action plan will be relayed to the committee before the sitting of the next session. This is subject, Chair, to the internal audit committee, as I've indicated, sometime in 2 weeks' time to ratify the audit action plan. And then looking at the 2021 audit action plan, if one has to recap on those findings, how far we had gone with respect to that. This is one of the areas that resulted into our repeated the way we reported on TVET college infrastructure, the way we reported on our accruals as well as our trades and other receivables, the expenditures that we deferred, as well as the provisions and the reporting for prior years, which had a lot of errors. And with respect to these findings, Chair, we had made a great improvement simply because of the continuous consultation we had with the HE, where the strategy was to looking at the depth of challenges which NSF was. The strategy was largely to look at the financial aspect of the NSF first, and then address those. And then the next stage now will be looking at the skills development provisioning. In other words, disbursements as well as issues of project monitoring and other related aspects, which will then link to our finances properly. So in this area, Chair, we seem to have made some improvements in that the infrastructure project records are now able to trace them, and we are able to do the monthly recons with respect to expenditures. We have applying now the RAP standards as advised by the HE, and also the provisions now with respect to SITA information on revenue. We had started a process where we have reflected back to about 5 years, where we've traced the revenue receipts as they arise from SARS in terms of the levy, and we've made the necessary reconciliation. I must say, Chair, that in this area, it is largely the area that is responsible for the movement away from the 2 disclaimers now to a qualified report, which simply means it's not yet fully ideal. We still have a lot of work that we need to do here up until we are at the level where we do not get a qualified report. With respect to performance information, in the area that we're still struggling here in terms of the inadequacy of information on performance, to an extent that it then limits the scope of the AG and largely produces misstatements in terms of reporting our targets. This is the second part of our strategy as the NSF to concentrate in this current year largely in improving these areas, where one of the aspects is to ensure that at SDP level, all the necessary information, source documents in relation to the usage of funds, training targets, and so forth is done. This also relates to the question of aligning the tranches that the STPs get with the reports that they provide to us. Now, with respect to that, so far internal control mechanisms have been established, and the first review of the strategic plan as well as the annual performance plan and the technical indicators that was done, the technical descriptors, indicators that was done, and the alignment was then achieved with respect to the 22-23 APP with the strategic plan. And then the TDI definitions, as they were pointed out, that they were misaligned with what was meant to be achieved. Those TDIs were revised and they were properly aligned. And then with respect to performance review validation framework, consultations did take place with all the parties that were affected. The biggest reason for that here was to ensure that the performance management plan of the NSF is actually understood by all the affected parties. The affected parties here is the internal parties that deal with STPs, largely the Skill Development Initiative implementation unit, particularly with respect to them interacting with STPs in relation to getting information from them. And then the MS Dynamics system, IT system, as I've indicated, that the movement there is between 60 and 70% accomplishment. We are looking at a possible full deployment of the system at the first quarter of 22-23. That stage, we will be able to fully deploy the MS Dynamics system as our IT platform. With respect to skills development implementation, also here, the findings largely related to the absence of records, no files with respect to the project at STP level, project reporting misstatements which related to project monitoring. And there was also the question of previously no response to the request for information, and the response with respect to the findings as given by the HE. In this aspect, Chair, there's improvement with respect to non-response to RFIs and COFs, in the sense that there were full responses in this in the previous financial year, and there is some movement with respect to the audit output. What we still need to tighten up, though, Chair, it is the question of record keeping, especially at STI, at skills development provider, STP level. To that extent, Chair, a central record base on the STI project is being progressively built. Documents are progressively submitted to internal audit now for validation before they are submitted to HSA. This was largely meant to vet some of these documents in order to minimize documents that can produce misstatements. There's a strong now relation between the skills development implementation unit as well as the internal audit unit of the NSF. And the STPs were orientated on the new approach with respect to what is required from them in terms of the keeping of source documents. And in future days, as made clear to say, they will be attached to further availability of tranches with respect to projects that they have been funded on. And then fund management, there's an appointment there, Chair, now of a director which will make things a bit more easier, in the sense that the fund manager together with his team will be able then to carry out the aspects that I've spoken about of reconciling project performance against expenditure. Project performance are the reports that we require and must receive before the next amounts of monies are accessed by the STP. This area was very problematic in the sense that it was not properly regulated. STPs would receive further disbursement without proper due diligence in terms of the reports that they are giving to us. Now, with respect to that, as I've indicated in 3, that STPs have been orientated as to the new approach now with respect to them being funded. It is simply the question of expenditure against proper performance. The MS Dynamics have related on that. And also number 8 have related to that with respect to now there's a positive response to all the AGSA requests for information as well as responses to the findings. And then on the legal governance and risk compliance matters, the finding they related to irregular expenditure, not properly investigated. What we have done there, Chair, up to this point in time, some of the providers here have already been served with notices with respect to recouping some of the monies that the NSF has lost. For an example, one of those providers, it is cheaper, the STP by the name of cheaper, where there was an irregular expenditure flagged by the AG. So within the legal and loss control unit, they are addressing all the other irregular expenditure that are outstanding, Chair, from the previous years. Cheaper is basically from the previous years. And there's quite a number of them from the previous years that are dealt with currently as lingering challenges from the past audits. Then with respect to HR resources and HR resources actually cutting a human resource capacity in the NSF. That is the picture, Chair, graphical that is presented there, where the finding there was the slow pace at which NSF was filling its post, and it was affecting units, for an example, across the NSF, and including the IT unit. So in this slide, the insert here is indicating the nature of our posts as filled here, and critically, the post of the CFO has been completed, and he will assume duty on the 1st of November. And as I have alluded before, the director for fund management, that post also has been completed. This is the figures, Chair, that reflect our recruitment aspect within the NSF. Thank you, Chair. That's the end of Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mabusela. On my side, I think it's my network, because I'm having just problems this side. I think the fuses of my electrical meter box thing, I don't know what it is, burnt. So I'm just waiting for City of Joburg to come. So my network is bad, and Anele, if you could just give me guidance from time to time when you can't hear me, and I'll try my best to be in between devices. Thank you very much, Mr. Mabusela. DG, I'd like to hand back to you at this point in time. If there's any closing remarks, of course, on the annual report, but also leading us into the responses from our meeting on Wednesday.
Thank you very much. I thought it was good that we had this report as part of the other conversations that we have started, so that we fully contextualize the approach of the department, particularly going back to the time that the Minister of Higher Education and Training, Science and Innovation, Dr. Nzimande, decided that a ministerial task team must look into the business model of this particular entity. Chair, if you look at slide 51, from slide 51 towards the end of the presentation, I would like this to be reflected, Mr. Mabusela, just flight it so that we can make a quick reference to the presentation and juxtapose this to the holistic approach to turn around this important asset called National Skills Fund. Go back to slide 51, Mabusela. As he does so, Chair, ordinarily, if an organization has reached this point, some would even call it a crisis. You know, you would need a framework and a clear process to effectively plan, to demonstrate your mitigation strategy and how you want to respond and recover from that kind of an event. But in the case of NSF, it's a multiple layered kind of issues that needs to be dealt with, and therefore it requires a business continuity plan instead of just a risk management planning. And I think in the questions that Honorable Dibulelo Mahlatsi asked in the previous meeting, she made this point very consistently and very clear that whilst you are involved in disciplinary processes and consequence management, you are also further exposing the business to risk, that what your initiatives are in terms of recovery might actually suffer because you are also, and therefore it's important for us to respond to this by making this presentation in the manner in which we have done, where we provide what are the findings, what are the root causes, and try not to be too broad, but to be very specific in terms of corrective actions. And an attempt is being made, which I'm not satisfied with, but we make an attempt to also put timelines and give a sense of what progress in each of the areas that are there. We feel that this will assist the committee to not just see a crisis, but also to see the adequacy or maybe lack of adequacy of the interventions that we've instituted in this particular entity. And therefore, Chair, the enterprise risk that we have identified is to be seen and juxtaposed with the resiliency planning that we have conducted, which culminates into the meeting of all, not only NSF, but all our entities in the next week, where we have done not just an analysis of one particular entity, but we've done an analysis of all our entities, and we are developing an enterprise risk management and resilience plan for our entities, including developing a framework and a process plan in taking the system out of it.
And therefore, in conducting this business risk assessment, we also, and I think Mr. Mabusela earlier on indicated that we have jointly worked with the Auditor General to develop a steering committee, which we call an audit steering committee that tracks requests for information by Auditor General dating backwards, you know, instead of just looking at this particular present moment. And this is reflected in our report as well, Chair. But disaster recovery requires strategy and requires clear procedures for recovering. And this speaks to also the development of a tool, you know, for information technology, which I think it's one issue that was reflected and raised in the previous meeting. We are fortunate that at this moment where we are not on our own as the Department of Higher Education, but we are working collaboratively with other government departments to develop a comprehensive plan for, you know, recovery of all of our entities in line with the ERRP strategy, which as a department we have submitted, identifying and assessing hazards and vulnerabilities of the business so that we are ready for emergencies and we are prepared to respond more agile than how we have done so far. If you allow me just for a very few minutes to contextualize this work that we are doing with the work of government as a whole. We already have received an injunction. As you know, there's already been an appointment of an SOE, you know, Presidential Council. And the Presidential Council looks at all SOEs, including NSF. And also this does not exclude the subsidiaries of our entities. They are included. And I think NSF is one of the key, as a Schedule 3 entity, it's one of the key institutions that we are looking at in terms of the broader government model for the recovery. And therefore the work that we are doing here, particularly the recommendations of the ministerial task team that speaks specifically about what must be done now, what must be done in terms of policy reviews, what must be done in terms of corporate governance. All of this it's already being delimited. And I feel, Chair, that probably what we need to do as a department is to request an opportunity to the portfolio committee to present our business continuity plan that takes into account how we are benefiting from the work that government is doing around the recovery of business models of SOEs and the specific work that we are doing, which we are beginning to report on in here. If you look, for example, under the category of TVET or of progress reports, where we indicate that we already have subjected ourselves to a GRAP standards as recommended by. You listen to the chief executive reporting. You think this is unlike NSF. We are used to an NSF that just wants to defend, that just wants to argue against the evidence that is before us, that we have to come up with a turnaround strategy and not just the rhetoric, you know, and we need to be specific and we need to put time frames into it. This we are trying to do. And in the response that we are going to make regarding the rest of other questions that are specific that honorable members and honorable members did not just ask us questions, they also sponsored ideas about what could be done. And we welcome all of this and we see it as an opportunity, which therefore means we are not going to waste time doing an impact analysis. when evidence is there in the AG reports, evidence is there in the internal audit reports, when evidence is there in the Nexus report, and all of these reports identify the problem, which means therefore we already know what is the problem at NSF. What we need to do now is to commit to a clear set of plans and interventions and timeframes and clear turnaround strategy that seeks to address this. And we try, as we present, whether we present the annual report or an audit action plan, we try to show how we are doing this. But I think it will be better and much clearer when we do so in the light of a broader business continuity plan, which we have started. And I think Mr. Mabusela has referred to our big meeting that we've had in September, where we brought the entire NSF and culminating from more than 17 different meetings since we have received the report of Nexus, that have been meetings to interrogate not just the findings of Nexus, but also interrogate and juxtapose these with the findings of our own internal audit and auditor generals. And the good thing with this is that we now have one committee that looks into all of this comprehensively, and our action plan speaks to all of them comprehensively. Chair, in this slide 51, we speak about our findings in terms of accruals, trades, and other receivables, and then right at the end, specifically speak to TVET colleges and infrastructure project records, where we have managed to trace, through the record system that is developed, where we've also looked into reconciliations that are now currently being performed, far from being the ideal situation, but we are beginning, bit by bit to eat the elephant, piece by piece, and in that case, moving gradually towards recovery. The next slide, and in my conclusion, Chair, before we request to flight the presentation on the responses by honorable members. 52, slide 52.
It's a bit frozen. It's a bit frozen, teacher.
All right, now that's fine, Chair. I think without a waste of time, allow me, Chair, to then deal directly with the questions, and these my closing remarks, an attempt to contextualize our presentation today as an opportunity for us to turn around the pride of the nation, the NSF, and ensure that we recover it from the state that we have found, and also in understanding why we have drastically moved beyond just taking this thing right on top and scratching the surface to actually have a ministerial task team looking at it. Okay, Mr. Mabusela, let's look at the report and take us through quickly. I'm going to invite, Chair, in this presentation, Mr. Stanley Mkhize, who is our ethics, integrity, and a risk manager of the department, to just give you the sense, because I think it's important to answer the first question that says, since you've received the report, what have you done? I think once we answer that question, we will then move to specific issues around where we are now and what we plan to do in future. Let's move quickly to the first slide. Mr. Mabusela, you can just run quickly and then give Mr. Mkhize, maybe the first slide, let's give it to Mr. Mkhize to take us through the first 2 or 3 slides, and then you will take the NSF one, and and the legal one. We will ask the head of legal services to take us through that quickly.
Thanks very much. I see that Mr. Sonti is actually the one who is making the presentation. Mr. Sonti, if you can go then to page 1, slide 1. Okay, scroll over. Next slide. Yeah, the next slide, Chair. Back, Mr. Sonti. The next slide, Honorable Chair, it relates to the ethical integrity, fraud prevention, as well as risk management processes within which the current forensic report has been treated. As the DG has indicated, Mr. Mkhize will take us through this slide. Over to you, Mr. Mkhize.
No, thanks, Mr. Mabusela, and thanks, DG, and thanks to the chair and honorable members, colleagues from the department. Chairperson, the department has a directorate that deals with issues of integrity, ethics, fraud prevention, and risk management. And the directorate was established in 2018 and has done really significantly well, and it's still being in the process of being built. So we have established good relations with law enforcement agencies, and that was by the direction of the Director General, that we need to build strong relationships. And as part of those relationships, we have also established a modus operandi in terms of how we handle cases, especially forensic cases. And I think the chair would also agree that forensic cases, usually when they are presented, they are like the end product of whatever investigation was conducted. And as such, if we take them as they are and we present them to law enforcement, there's a serious challenge. So what we did as a department, we have established a way in which we deal with cases internally. And it's, if the case relates to our own internal processes and it's something that we can handle ourselves, what we do a preliminary investigation. And following that preliminary investigation, we decide whether the case should go internal to our labor relations. And if it's a criminal matter, then we liaise with the law enforcement agencies. However, in our previous engagement, it became clear that law enforcement agencies, they fail to conduct investigations because they can't see inside our departments. And even if they are let into the department, they find a lot of officials who are corrupt, who refuse to cooperate with them. So we have an agreement, and especially with the Hawks and the SIU, we have established very good relations. And as to that effect, the head of the Hawks, General Libya, has really assigned us a team, a number of teams to deal with some of the matters that we are, including this case. So in that light, Chairperson, how we approach these things and also to ensure the integrity of the investigations, and that we are not compromised, because if we don't follow certain processes internally, we are challenged out there and lose some of the cases. So we have tightened our processes. So what happens, we then liaise with the law enforcement agency that maybe we have identified to take that case forward. And 10 out of 10 have told us that if it's a forensic report, they would really want us to start doing some spade work. So if we are not doing preliminary investigation, what we do, we collect evidence for them. We look at what the case was about, like this report. The report was a forensic report, and the end product of that didn't have annexures and all that. And taking it as it is to law enforcement creates problems, because as the first step in the department, we need to draft an affidavit. And that affidavit would mean going back to how the forensic investigation was initiated, getting hold of all those documents, and also engaging with the relevant people who were consulted at the beginning. And then when we give this forensic report to the law enforcement agency to open a case, we should have all that information in place. So it can take a while for us sometimes, even though we try to work as fast as we could to get that. So I want to highlight that part. So once we have done that, like we did with this case, we then open a criminal case with subs, not necessarily with the Hawks. And once the case is open, usually if we go ourselves, we take our report to the police station, we open that case, it's going to be stuck somewhere in the process before it's referred, because then subs must decide which law enforcement agency must deal with the case. And we realize that that is not really helping our cause. So what we do, we have a direct line with the Hawks. When we open the case with subs, the Hawks are already on board, as it was with this case. And then they take the process forward for us, and then we open a case. So the case is currently being investigated, and we started way back with the Hawks, with the team that is assigned to us. We started working. They told us what they were going to need. And some cases they will dismiss and say they don't, we need to prove to them the act of criminality on the case. And unfortunately, that's not what forensic companies do, because for them, they still want to continue. So they leave something for themselves to come back to us and say, we would still want to do 1, 2, 3, and that create a loophole between us and law enforcement. So I think in a nutshell, Chair, that's what my slide talks about here, that the processes that we follow. But in the main, we try to be an enabling body within the department to make sure that when the case goes to law enforcement, we have everything in place, and we have closed all the loopholes internally. We have identified people that can be put through our disciplinary processes, and those that can be referred for criminal investigation outside. So that's what we did in this regard. We have identified internally who should go internally, but because if we give everything to law enforcement, we might compromise our case, because we could be giving people who are supposed to be treated as suspect, and now we have turned them into witnesses to law enforcement, and then later on we have problems when we must discipline them internally because they are already cooperating with law enforcement. So I think DG, in a nutshell, that's what my slide speaks to, issues of what we mean by speculation and recklessness.
Let's take the next slide.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mkhize. You will come back later. Let's give this opportunity to Advocate Kuta.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members of the committee. Good morning, DG and colleagues. Chair, I just want to tell the committee that it should get some comfort that as a department, we have tried to expedite the processes, and looking at our internal challenges in terms of staff. We have about 9 people, but out of the 9, we only have 1 director. The rest is very low level positions. And therefore, I had to be the one dealing with this report, all 507 pages. And I must commend Mr. Mkhize for holding my hand, because I'm quite new in the department. He held my hand and brought forward the Hawks, who we have met with them 3 times already. And I must say, Chair, the experience that I had with Hawks is a very good one. I have never known that they are so committed in a case that they are working on, because it's my first experience with them. But the experience has been very good, I must say. And Chair, they assisted me in putting together an affidavit that was going to result in opening the case, and the case has been opened. with a case number 4810-2022 at the Pretoria Central Police Station. And we have now given the Hawks each and every document that they needed to continue with their investigation. But as Mr. Mkhize has stated, we are working with them on a daily basis. Even today, they needed some more documents that they felt are going to assist them in their investigation. And I must also commend the state attorney that for once they were able to come on board and appointed a counsel to assist us in drafting the charges. The council has been given all the documents, and in the next few weeks, we should be able to present the charges to the implicated staff members. The implicated staff members have now been given access to the parts of the report that implicates them, and therefore the process even internally is continuing. So for me, Chairperson, I'm comfortable with the process as it is. I don't know, DG, whether you'd want me to go further, because I think that is where we are.
You've done well, Advocate, except that you need to indicate that you are the head of the Secretariat of the Independent Panel, and the Senior Counsel is the chair of the Independent Panel, and that you could at any time source in additional expertise as you and when you need it to fast track the processes that are there. I think you've covered the rest, and we can then look into the NSF processes. Mr. Mabusela, in the NSF processes, Chair and honorable members, what we are trying to do is, whereas with legal services and ethics units, we were processing the report administratively, but essentially this report is a report of the Auditor General. It is about the findings of the Auditor General, and therefore we are going to show how within the NSF we have processed AG findings, and how these AG findings culminate into the broader charges, so that we don't just look into the 10 reports which were the focus of Nexus, but we look into wrongdoing, whether it was done or non-compliance that was done through other processes that are internal, as long as they are part of the AG processes. I think this is what we're trying to do here, so that we give a much more holistic view of this. In the total, we have more than 17 meetings with the AG that are intense, that looks at this. And the AG in his latest report makes an observation that is the first time that they have an NSF that has cooperated the manner in which they've done. So we do have an NSF that is beginning to turn around in terms of its attitude. All we need to focus is to get the results right and to get corporate governance right. And we are on track. We have defeated the chain of adverse findings. We are not yet there, far from it, but evidence is before us to indicate that this work that we've started to do is beginning to show that there could be positive results going forward. Mr. Mabusela.
Thank you, DG. Honorable Chair, on the NSF internal processes, the issue on legislative framework that relates to governance, the current position is that the minister obviously will consider the report as presented to him within the realms of the Skills Development Act, and to see what is fit for purpose within the NSF environment. Also noting that there's a broader reference area within government in relation to comparing what other government structures that have entities almost similar like the NSF, how do they manage the issue of governance, where the DG, for an example, is seen as the accounting officer. So this then relates to a further interrogation of the MTT report then to determine what is fit for the NSF. On the issue of due diligence processes within the NSF, Chair, this is a very critical element of the NSF funding operations. And this process is basically the primary, the centrifugal driver of determining the funding of an SDP or of a project. It produces a technical report as well as an administrative report that is related to the SDP. And this report, Chair, it displays the capacity which the SDP has in respect of the ability to deliver the intended project. And also it looks at the administrative ability which the SDP has, as well as the necessary resources which are linked to the application itself, the type of the program that is proposed to be funded. And as I've indicated, that this is quite a very central part with respect to determining funding here. That is the area also, Chair, a lot of malfeasance as well as unscrupulousness as it relates to SDP together as officials. That's okay, as you have noticed that in one of the, in fact, in the report itself, the forensic has noted issues of insufficiency with regards to due diligence. And so moving forward, Chair, there's a need then to kind of create a second layer, a check and balance mechanism that will ensure that even if the initial due diligence is undertaken, there's a mechanism that ensures that the report that is produced there that will determine funding is indeed valid. The next slide, Mr. Sonti. On the issues of SARS sensitization in respect of the flag companies pertaining to tax offenses, Chair, the current processes as they are unfolding with respect to implementing the report, Chair, this advice will be strongly pursued. And then with respect to the 10 projects that were given to Nexus for investigation, and Chair, this was a question that was asked to say what criteria was used thereof. We will make a follow-up. Chair, maybe to give a background here to say, initially the Nexus team interacted with the NSF management, and they wanted to give management a chance to choose the projects thereof. However, the position that was given was that it will be impossible to do that because there may be people who are implicated within some of these projects, and therefore it will not be a valid process. As a result, a general criteria was then given with respect to then look at the criteria that will relate to the structure, and also look at the criteria that will relate to issues of the STP's applications and processes. The minister undertook this, Chair. However, we will be able to provide further information in relation to saying how the final determination was done in this respect. And then with respect to the officials who are suspended currently as a result of the charges being proffered to them and the nature of suspensions, that is the situation as it stands currently. We've got 3 officials that are based at the NSF. 1 is at the director level, 2 at senior practitioner level, and 2 officials are based at Ekurhuleni West TVET College. And these officials have been served with suspensions, precautionary suspensions, though they are still getting paid. On the implementation of the NSF funding SOPs, as well as the memorandum of agreement drafting, this process, Honorable Chair, as it relates to unsolicited proposals, it involves that value chain where there are applications, then those applications are processed, and then the due diligence process takes place, and then the funding recommendation committees do the technical evaluations to produce a report for the funding adjudication committee that then assess the funding application based on the due diligence report that is in front of them. And then they make a recommendation to the Director General, who then approves or declines the request. Then there's then a ministerial approval that is granted, and that is followed then, that is followed then, Chair, by, can you please go back? That is then followed, Chair, by the contracting processes, the registering and disbursement of funds, as well as the issue of project monitoring, reporting, as well as the tranches that are related to this aspect in the annual report. And then all these, they then culminate into forming a portfolio for annual report. And then the NSF also has an in-house legal unit that is headed by an advocate who is responsible, Chair, for ensuring, amongst other things, contract management with respect to activities and also around the tightness of the MOAs that we sign with STPs. Next slide. Then on project management function, Honorable Chair, there is general admission in the NSF at this stage that there must be more recruitment in this area, and it is clear that it is lacking, as raised by the AG. It is in the 4 years since the NSF established. It is the 4th year now since the NSF has established regional offices. Subtracting the issue of COVID-19 for almost 2 years, which to date now, we have not sufficiently capacitated those regions in terms of foot soldiers who will be able to monitor the performance of these projects. And in our plans, Chair, for 23-24 financial year, we are aiming at prioritizing this, Chair, to solidify and firm up our regional offices so that they can be able to be at the coalface of the implementation of these funded projects. Then with respect to the costs that will incur regarding special investigative unit as well as the Hawks and the state attorney, we will determine these costs, Chair, and present the full amount to the committee. On the timeframes of the MTT report and forensic investigation implementation plans, timelines will be attached as indicated, Chair, to say when we develop this report, we must have very clear timelines with respect to what activity needs to be accomplished when. This will also be submitted to the committee. Then the suspension of implicated officials, indeed, Chair, as it was raised, will to some degree, certainly affect the functions in the NSF. However, replacement officials within the DHET who are familiar with the skills development environment will be drawn in to assist without compromising the DHET activities. The example that one can give is one of the negotiations between ourselves and the DHET that were in an advanced stage, where the DHET project monitoring unit personnel was going to be transferred to the NSF to beef up capacity there. Then on moving skills development project funding to TVETs as well as SETAs, Honorable Chair and members, SETAs here by their nature, they also fund, STPs in the very same manner as the NSF does that to promote skills development. What we usually do, Chair, here, we usually do collaborative work with SETAs, largely informed by the concept of scaling up and massifying beneficiaries out of these projects. And most of these projects, they are driven within the government priorities. And then the STPs and SMMEs, it goes without say, Chair, to say they'll always play a very critical role with respect to the skills development agenda. However needs to be done is basically to move in a direction that the NSF only works with those STPs that demonstrate professionalism, as well as they are not unscrupulous. We can create such a database. And on the issues that were raised with respect to HESA strained relations with the NSF, the DG has broadly articulated on this, and at the completion of the 21-22 audit, in total we had 17 sessions with the Auditor General within the Audit Steering Committee Environment, wherein all these requests for information and COFs were attended to. Almost in total here, I'm talking of almost plus 70 RFIs, as well as about plus 30, 25, 30 COFs that were issued by HESA. Further meetings were held also with the Director General by the HESA to give a progress update and intervention where intervention was necessary. Slide. Honorable Chair, now for the post-audit activities that we've undertaken thus far, I've alluded to this to say we've held our debriefing session with respect to the 21-22 audit process, where we discussed the challenges that were there in the previous audit, and also discussed the question of expectations in preparation for the next audit, and how to then deal with the issue of findings that have been raised within the management report to the NSF. And these preparations, Chair, they included the business continuity improvement plans per each NSF unit, which spoke to the findings of the HE. And they will culminate into an audit action plan, which I've also alluded to say it will go through the audit committee in a week or two time before it is ratified and presented to the committee. Then on moving skills development project funding to TVET colleges and SETAs, I've alluded to this, Chair. And then on HESA trade relations, I've also alluded this. This is just a repetition. Next slide. Then on the NSF register, risk register, Chair, this matter was actually raised by the portfolio committee previously. I remember very well it was Honorable Matlatsi previously for quite some time, where we then took it upon ourselves to develop a risk register independent from that of the department. We have now our own risk register as the NSF, as well as our risk committee that attends to the progress report and update on the risk register on quarterly basis. The question of internal audit here currently the audit action plan that arose out of the workshop on the 14th of September, the internal audit unit now is busy with the final consolidation for transmission to the audit committee. And then to further maintain the momentum created with the HESA, an internal audit-driven audit steering committee this time around, Chair, has been established where on monthly basis, all the previous HE findings, as well as the 21-22 findings, will be progressively addressed, tabled and addressed. We have emulated this practice, Chair, from the 17 HE NSF audit committee sessions that we have. And we then saw it as a best practice to then establish an internal one, which will include all NSF units where findings have been located to progressively address them before the actual audit takes place. Internal audit also, Chair, has been tasked with the work of analyzing the audit reports for 1920 and 2021 to basically determine consequence management actions that were supposed to be taken pertaining to the management report of those 2 financial years. This is one of the area that was requested honestly by the NSF audit committee. And, this will add a more flesh, Chair, into the current forensic investigation implementation plan, now largely with cases, minor cases here that simply relate to internal disciplining. Next slide. With regards to full details of funded projects to date, this request was made also. Chair will be able to provide this to the committee. It can't be a problem. The request, though, is we'll be given 30 days to do that, noting the staff capacity challenges at the NSF. On the implementation of the MTT report, as of the 1st July 22, the mentioning, Chair, in the previous presentation of low-hanging fruits, that actually relates us to those processes that could be implemented quickly, and that one related to HR processes where NSF could rapidly fill the vacancies that are currently lingering. The DG has given it a go-ahead that NSF can process this on their own without relying on the DHET. This is the immediate gain that we can register from the MTT report. This will also address the HESA finding on NSF's low vacant post filling. Next slide. Our prayers, Chair, and notes to you, Honorable Chair, as well as honorable members, is that the committee, if it can grant us 30 days to be able to work on the MTT report implementation plan before it is presented to the committee. And also we are proposing the granting of 30 days for the work of internal panel of attorneys to address the question of consequence management issues in the department as it relates to those staff members who are some of them have been placed on precautionary suspensions and other related matters. And also we've noted, Chair, the position of the committee to say the investigations amount needs to be broadened to other projects. A determination in this respect will then have to be done, obviously with the engagement with the minister. Then on quarterly engagements with the NSF as proposed by the Honorable Chair, we accept that proposal, Chair. And then on the blacklisting of companies together with the associated directors, we note that and we accept that, and upon legal advice, we will give effect to this advice. Thank you, Gigi. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mabusela. Honorable Chairperson, we humbly submit and greatly appreciate the guidance we have received, and we trust that we have gone as far enough to try and respond to the questions asked. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG, and to the entire collective from the department and the NSF for those responses. I'd like to, at this point, honorable members, hand over to yourselves for your inputs. We've received the annual report of the NSF as guided and informed by the recommendations of the HESA for us to zoom into those entities that have not performed well. And we've also received responses to the engagements that we had with the department and the NSF on Wednesday regarding the review of the NSF done by the MTT, as well as the forensic investigation into maladministration and related matters at the NSF. These are therefore the reports as well as the responses, and at this point in time, I'd like to note hands from members who would like to engage. So I see Honorable Sibia's hand is already up, and I'll note hands as we go. Honorable Sibia.
Thanks, Chairperson. Morning to everyone. Thanks for a response from each department. And we appreciate that there is a turnaround strategy, which is in the pipeline, as well as internal processes. Okay. I would like to ask the question regarding the dropout of the learners. What causes learners to drop out from projects, and how many learners have dropped out? And the other one, what is the progress regarding addressing irregular expenditure, and can any spending be regularized? And the other one regarding the project plan. What role and support does the NSF play in its skills infrastructure development project to ensure the project is delivered effectively within the project plan? Regarding e-monitoring, what system is in place to monitor the learners supported for training, and how does the NSF develop work opportunity linkages for trained learners? The last one, how is the entity mitigating the impact of the vacancies to ensure the entity delivers its mandate without prejudicing the public? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sibia. Honorable Litsie.
Good morning, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Apologies, Chairperson. I'm in transit, so My network might come and go. Please let me know as soon as it is failing me. Let's greet you, Chairperson, and all honorable members. Greet the department led by the DG, all the DGs, the leadership there at NSF, the team from the minister and the deputy minister, and everybody on the platform. Obviously our capable team of Parliament. Good morning to yourselves. Let's welcome also the presentation from NSF. And note, Chairperson, that on their performance, there were a lot of red there. Red, which means a target not achieved. It's a real serious concern, considering that NSF this financial year in the sector has contributed more than anybody else into regular expenditure. And I'm not sure, Chair, we'll have to check on performance indicators. They might also be one of those who achieved less target than everybody else in terms of percentage, noting that they've only achieved 7 out of 29 targets, which is a serious concern. Which means, Chairperson, our concerns on NSF are not misplaced. They are correct, because you can't have an entity achieving such less performance indicators. But on the regular expenditure, spending, well, having I think it's 1.3 or 1.4 billion themselves alone. The rest is about 400,000 combined in the sector. It's a huge thing, and this comes at the back of the 5 billion in the previous 2 financial years. So it's a serious concern, Chairperson, and I think people must not, like you always say, think that we're holding a red pen, wanting to correct people you know, that's not the case, or we're holding a red pen against the department. It's not true. This NSF, on their own, this report shows that our concerns are valid. And I don't know, Chair. This report, once again, gives me stress. You know, I might start swelling again in my mouth because of the stress that comes from this. All of these things, Chair, they happen. Maybe let me ask, do we have a CFO at NSF, or the CFO of the department acts also as a CFO of what is this thing, NSF? I'm asking this, Chair, because the things that are happening there, really, they are not assisting us. I'm also asking, the second question is, do we have an internal audit team at NSF? Because all of these things should have and must have been pointed out by audit, internal audit, very early. Very early. So do we have an independent or an NSF appointed audit, internal audit, and external audit teams at NSF. And what is it that they do when they wake up and say they are going to work? What is it that they are doing? Because these things could have been picked up very early by audit, including monies that were paid to companies who did not do work, and immediately when that monies, those hundreds of billions of monies were transferred to these companies, those companies transferred them to third-party accounts and then to individual accounts, probably buying people cars and helicopters, obviously. So do we have audit teams there? The AG, even though in their presentation, Dr. Mabusela, they're at NSF, they're saying they are seeing progress because they move from disclaimer to qualified. They see progress moving from -1 to 0 or -5 to 0. I don't see progress. We are still in the freezing zone. Qualified. No. So I want to suggest, Chairperson, that and I'm going to pass an area that I know is very naughty with network. If I break up, Chair, you can give Honorable Mahlatsi, I'll come back at a later stage. But I was saying, I want to suggest, Chairperson, that the NSF must develop, and I saw there was talking something about an audit action plan. I want to see it. I want them to send it to us, Chairperson, their audit action plan. And every 3 months, it's November now, in February, and at the end of March, just before the new, or from now till the 31st of March, they must submit this audit action plan and progress thereof of this audit action plan to the committee. So now it's November, they can submit at the end of January. This audit press, what is it that they're doing on this audit action plan? And then at the last, on the last day, maybe the last day or last week of March might be tricky because they will be busy with auditors. A week before that, a week before the end of March, they must then submit again the progress on this audit action plan. I don't see progress, naturally. When you still have 1.3 billion of irregular expenditure in one financial year, that is not progress. That cannot even be classified as progress, even though you might be having a qualified, in fact, is the worst audit outcome outside of disclaimer. So they're saying, no, that is progress. There's no progress. Let's agree there. Progress is when you get to unqualified with something. There, yes, we will say, no, you have progressed. Even if they can say unqualified with findings, we'll say you have progressed. I think we must set standards, Chair, in the sector that anybody who receives anything less than unqualified must not, Chairperson, even speak about progress of this and that. Qualified, Chairperson. Maybe we must bring AGSA to come and explain to our colleagues here, what is this thing called qualified? Qualified audit means many things that are bad. Generally qualified is a bad, what is bad? It means sometimes even your performance that you claim to have done, the targets that you claim to have achieved, you could not produce that. And you are saying to us, it means your annual financial statement had serious material findings. Huh? There are certain things that you could not explain on the annual financial statements, or you submitted late, or it does not speak of progress, it speaks of bad things. So even that point there on the what do you call that, on the presentation, should have been removed. Should have been removed. It can't be progress. There's no, we're not seeing progress. From where I'm seated, I'm not seeing progress. When one entity in the sector called NSF contributes 1.3 billion in the regular expenditure out of a total of 1.7 billion. No. I don't know how, maybe it's 90%. I don't have my calculator here, Chairperson. But it smells of a distinction of wrong things. It's a distinction of irregular expenditure from NSF. So we want to get a sense.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Yeah, we want to get a sense, Chair, of this audit action plan. And we want to understand if we have a CFO there, if we don't have a CFO there, Chair, then we have a problem, because it means the CFO of the department will not be able to solve these problems at NSF, especially following up with her audit, internal audit there, because already in the department itself, there's a lot of work. So if we have a CFO at NSF, the CFO must tell us what is it that they do when they wake up and say, we're going to work today. What is it that they arrive there and do, except paying people who have not done their job? Because this picture, Chairperson, honestly speaking, it irritates me. It irritates me. The acting CEO, we have a high vacancy rate. Last year, I went to the notes of last year, Chairperson, last night. Last year, we spoke about high vacancy rate at the NSF. Today, this year, 1 year later, we're speaking about the same thing. Now, you are giving people who believe in propaganda to create propaganda around this thing, that maybe, just maybe, this high vacancy rate is created intentionally so that those who are in charge of the system can continue to do these wrong things that the AG says that they are being done. You don't want to bring full complement of staff, because if you have full complement of staff, you will have people catching up on these wrong things that are happening. So you are creating an environment where people who believe in propaganda to create this propaganda about the wrong things that are happening at the entity, and it can't be. Give us a clear, what do you call it? A clear plan on what is going to be advertised when will that position be filled, and all of this. So we want an HR plan. Give us a proper HR plan on filling of vacancies at this entity. Proper plan with clear time frames. And maybe we also need to get a list of these vacancies, like we asked on Wednesday. Let's get a list of all of these things so that we see where are the gaps. Now, I've asked about the audit action plan, and I've given the proposal on the timelines. Now, I want to ask them, Mabuse, what caused a poor outcome, according to you, concerning funded positions being filled? Why did you not fill this position? Because it's very poor that you did not do it, and they were funded. What were the real reasons these things did not happen? The filling of vacancies did not happen. Do you have the requisite HR capacity there at NSF to fill these vacancies? What is the capacity at HR? Maybe take us through that thing. Maybe only have HR manager, that's it. I don't know. That's why you can't hire people. But give us a list of your HR capacity there with the personnel and the skills, so that we see where the problems are. On ICT, which project were not implemented, and what were the reasons for you not to implement those projects? Mamsbia asked the question that why are people dropping out? It's simple, Mamsbia. And I said it on Wednesday, and I'm going to repeat it again, is that there is no correlation between the NSF, the CETAs, and the CETs and our TVETs. Everybody does the same thing. Their mandate are overlapping. Everybody the skills development providers to do different skills. And all of them don't pay the same stipend. Now, what happens, Mamsbia, is that if a learner has joined an NSF program that pay with a stipend that pays 1,500 per month, and another service provider in the same area, appointed by construction center, comes and pays 2,500 per month, that learner will register with the construction center and drop out of this one of NSF. What are we suggesting there? Because this thing of center hopping, it happens all over. They can, the department can deny it, but I can tell you now, these are things that are happening on the ground. We see them every day. Center hopping, they just go here and there. We then suggested to the department, that your department must assist us in this regard. Because if we ask MICT CETA to do it, other CETAs might not want to, to enter a program of another CETA. Issues of egos and all of those things will come into play. We then suggested that the department, through the skills branch, must then develop or procure, if they don't have capacity there, procure an integrated information management system for this training, skills training, what. What will this do? Every service provider that is appointed by an individual CETA will then register here on this, will then put the information on this integrated management system with their learners. And then, so that we will have proper records of which learners have we trained for what. So that when somebody, a service provider, comes with a list that has a learner who is enrolled at construction center, but wants to now enroll at energy and water center, the system is able to pick that up and block it immediately. But this will also help against butsotsi, because I also believe that these service providers, they share information of these learners. You might find that if we do a proper forensic on these things, maybe since 2015 till now, proper forensic, you'll find that one company that was given a job at construction center with a list of 500 learners was also afforded another tender to train people at services center and maybe E&W center with the same learners at the same time, even sometimes, which is impossible. So or sometimes this company shared with somebody else this data of these learners, and these learners have been possibly, or the system has paid these learners twice, but these learners don't know. So the system may, as things stand, the system is very prone to being defrauded. It's too wide open. So in that we have asked that you do that. We'll also like to hear your comments on such, because it can be that we are allowing our system to be weak. The system currently as it is, it's easy to be defrauded. It's too weak. It's too weak. We need to find the ways of strengthening our system. So we asked on Wednesday, Chairperson, and I'm going towards the end. We asked on Wednesday that NSF must provide us with the full list of all active projects now, because we want to go and do oversight at those things. I want to repeat it so that Baskari Abaruta, Chairperson. So we're waiting for them to give us that list, possibly by next week, Friday, so that we can look at them, check, go and do our oversight, the unannounced. We'll go there without announcing, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Litie. Honorable Mahlatsi.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to yourself and all honorable members on the platform, to DG and the team from the department, as well as NSF. Chair, like Honorable Litie has indicated, as well as Mam Sibia, this report, this presentation, it gives us a clear indication why the forensic was necessary. And one was not expecting anything better given the actual forensic report that we received on Wednesday. But looking at the presentation itself, out of the 29 targets set by NSF, only 7 were achieved. Now, one would always want to measure the targets achieved vis-a-vis the financial implications and make a correlation between the two. As much as it's not always, possible to be spot on in as far as the amount that has been spent by NSF vis-a-vis their targets. But there should be some form of, correlation. You can't achieve 7% here, and then in terms of your actual budget spent, it becomes humongous. If I could get that particular correlation from NSF to say you have your targets are low, but your finances are something else. In terms of the audit action plan, okay, before I even go to the audit action plan, I just wanted to make this statement that I wonder if there will be adverts for NSF, whether we will have individuals applying into this particular institution, given its reputation currently. It will take serious efforts to really build a credible institution that will attract skilled individuals whom the reputation is quite intact, because nobody wants to be associated with an institution that is not performing well. So I'm hoping that as we do this recruitment, we will be able to get individuals with serious to really assist this institution from the radar which it finds itself in. And it's quite sad that NSF should be playing a very significant role in as far as young people of this country, given the necessary skills to close the skills gap that we are confronted with. However, given the circumstances, it then says to us, even with the NDP targets, such outcomes delays the plan of the country to achieving what it seeks to achieve, given its plans. Now, going to the audit action plan, Chair, I heard DG indicating that already there's a system in place with the audit steering committee to track down information from the previous years as per the request of the Auditor General and so forth and so on. I just want to find out from them, what is the status of that audit steering committee? Who sits there, given the limitations that this institution has? Looking at the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, maybe if we could get, I heard the CEO also indicating that they will give us an update report on this matter, but just to make an emphasis that it is necessary that we get the status of the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure as per the audit action plan and the progress thereof. Honorable Ditsiri also make mention on the skills capacity as far as HR is concerned. I think we must just get clarity from the department, because in the previous report from NSF, when they were presenting their audit action plan, they did indicate that they rely heavily on the department for this particular process, given their journey to autonomy that is still stagnant. Now, maybe the department through the DG will then give us, assurance that there will be a process to expedite employment at NSF in as far as the vacancy rate is concerned. And I take cognizance of the input made by, I think it's the CEO, to say there will be secondment to NSF from the department to close that skills gap that is necessary. But my concern is that how many are you going to second? Because one or two people might not necessarily assist process of recovery at NSF, don't we think that we must actually consider more people to really be seconded? And that secondment, would it not impact on the department itself, given that you'll be seconding people there? I know you might not have responses for this because, I'm creating problems for both institutions by asking these questions from a perspective that says you take some from the other to go and capacitate others there. There are those who will be suspended whom are still paid and are still within the system. And for as long as their cases are not yet finalized, you cannot fill their vacancies. So in that instead, how are we going to really recover at NSF? And take into cognizance that, given my personal experience in government, these cases of this nature, they can run to 3 to 4 to 5 years. What does that mean in building reputable organization as at NSF, in making sure that we have skills people there? On the issue of students, what is the impact of the 40,000 students that were trained, given the 3.3 billion spent? Have NSF been able to locate, the impact, given that number of young people that were trained with that amount of money that was spent? Coming back to issues of students and the projects at NSF, why were the newly recommended projects delayed for learners funded by NSF? And currently, what system are in place to monitor the learner supported for training, and whether even after training, are we able to develop work opportunity linkages for trained learners? What is the exit strategy after learners have been trained by the institution via different service providers? Chair, I would also want to request NSF if they could provide us for, the closed projects and the new projects, to check how many SMMEs have been able to benefit out of these projects that are being funded by NSF, and how many are young people, how many are youth, and how many are led by people with disability. As I close my comments, Chair, it is quite worrisome that NSF is operating under these difficult circumstances. But Honorable Zell is quite correct when he speaks about the audit outcome, to say you can move from an adverse to a disclaimer. It is still bad. You can move from a disclaimer to a qualified audit opinion. It is still bad. The mere fact that there's progress from bad to another bad, it does not give us confidence as a portfolio committee that we are indeed moving towards a right direction. Maybe if we have moved from a adverse to an unqualified, we would then say maybe you are trying, because even an unqualified audit outcome, honorable members and chair, in my view, is still not a very good audit outcome. Ours is to strive for clean government. Ours is to strive for clean governance throughout the sector. It is quite important, it's imperative, because it speaks to value for money. It speaks to the finances, the resources that are in the coffers of government that do not belong to government, but to the taxpayers. To say there's confidence that as we do these taxes, there is value for money. And my parting short on the matter is that we are fresh from COVID. There are many young people who are unemployed. There are many young people who have dropped out of universities for numerous issues and numerous challenges. Institutions like NSF should be the that comfort space that closes the skills gap that we are faced with. So it doesn't give one it doesn't give one any comfort to receive presentation similar to this one, but we are going to be hopeful that the new business model, including the turnaround strategy, will then give us a some level of comfort that there is some work done. But can we have also a plan that is sent to the committee so that we see how this new business model is going to salvage the little that is left of NSF? Because honesty, the reputation of NSF has gone down the drain, and it doesn't give us any sort of confidence that we are doing what we are expected to do. And lastly, Chair, is that in terms of performance agreement of the department, together with the sitting officials of NSF, have they been able to, especially senior managers, did they sign the performance agreement? And given these particular outcomes of NSF, what is the view of the DG given the circumstances? Thank you very much.
Chair. Oh, thank you.
No. In the absence of the chair, I'm not sure. Maybe she got cut off from the platform. DG, you can then proceed in terms of responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlati. I did disappear for some time and reconnected. Apologies for these network challenges, colleagues. I am trying my best to navigate between different devices with different network providers, but it's seeming to be a bit of a challenge. Can I just have an indication if I am audible before I continue with my questions?
Yes, you are, Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, let me continue then to just a few of my questions that I have at the moment. Let me indicate, maybe starting with the annual report and some of the targets that we had set there, and where one really is a bit concerned. It's really on the areas where we had very high targets and very minimal, or if none, achievement at all. I mean, let's look, for example, at the number of NSF funded beneficiaries who the target to have NSF funded beneficiaries.
We've lost you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Mahlatsi, I don't know if I could proceed in the light of the fact that the chair is struggling.
Able to respond to her questions. So you can proceed, DG.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We trust that the chair will come back soon. The chair, there's a first issue that I would like to address, maybe even before I get into the questions. The difficulty in reporting, you know, in presenting an annual report in the light of the fact that you recognize that the report does not present well, but you have to highlight areas of improvement in the report, and because there would be those areas where even in the worst point report presented, you still, you know, have those areas. But when we highlight improvement in specific areas, no matter how minimal that improvement is, it must be seen in the light of this, just as a way of showing, you know, alertness and awareness of the poor performance, but we are not, you know, blind to the state of the entity and its dire need to improve and turn around its circumstances. And I wouldn't like us to be seen to be spinning and overemphasizing slightest improvements with the intention to hide the risk or the business risks. We would not do so, and we would like to be on record to be saying that we are angry, we are intolerant of the state of poor organizational performance. We are committed to turning it around, and we welcome the guidance and the inputs of our honorable members. I think somehow in the report as we present, you also can see that even comments you've made in previous years are taken seriously in the organization. The work that you do in the oversight cannot be taken lightly. In our attempt to turn it around, we write on the wisdom of the collective, particularly the leadership in the oversight, the leadership of our department, the minister, our deputy minister, and committed officials. Even at NSF, we do have committed individuals that work very hard. Honorable Mahlatsi asked a specific question about performance agreements. Indeed, these performance agreements are signed, they're in place, but there is a need to interrogate the rigor of the performance targets, such that it becomes easy. Because what defeats us with performance agreements is the measurement tools that we put in place that are always inadequate, such that when then there is underperformance, there is poor accountability in the system. And that is why in our presentation today, we've emphasized the new, business continuity model that we are presenting, that we are eager to share with the members of the portfolio committee. Honorable let's see, did make reference to this issue, requesting that we present this a plan, so that it assists the oversight. Honorable Spear, your questions I've noted as key questions to the department. First, you have noted the turnaround strategy. Honorable Spear, you showed you are concerned about the dropout rate and the irregular expenditure. Honorable Mahlatsi has in detail indicated the concern around this issue. Honorable Spear, you also have raised the issue around the skills development infrastructure and how the investment into infrastructure is aligned to the skills development initiatives of the entity, and that work opportunities for trained learners must be monitored. And Honorable Letsi spoke to the system and how it is aligned across the board. May I indicate that this is also one of the conversations that I've had with the Auditor General to say, in fact, the recommendations of the Auditor General is that system development across the board should be such that the department has sight of the performance of its entities as well as subsidiaries, such that, when you want to draw reports, you have a system that is assisting administratively. This will also eliminate fraud, where the same learner receives benefits and grants from the same system, but at different subsystems. This is clear, and I think as a department, we must not be seen to be maybe sending a message that we think that we are presenting a good report. No, I think that's a point that I've made. Indeed at NSF, we do have a CFO, Honorable Letsi, a dedicated CFO for that matter, whose contract is coming to an end with a newly appointed CFO who's going to assume next month. And I'm happy that we've managed to get to this point. We were delayed by the fact that once we appointed the CFO, there was also certain demands that were or administrative issues which were raised, and so it just delayed us. But we have appointed the fund manager, which is the huge appointment for us to stabilize the institution. We've taken note, Honorable Letsi, of the need for a robust audit action plan and progress reporting in terms of the audit action plan, and your observation that there is a mandate overlap between CETAs and other entities, and it's important to close that gap. I think that relates to the system issues which you have raised. We have noted your request for the list of projects, and we intend to share that information with you and members of this committee. It will assist us when there is more robust oversight. We have benefited a lot on that, so we are not the ones to stifle the opportunities for a more robust. It concerns me, the issue of irregular expenditure, but my point of departure regarding this issue is just accountability. I am very happy that we have established an independent panel, because it means we are going to be in one sitting within 4 weeks of the sitting of the independent panel. We will be able to prefer charges and hold accountable people going back to many years. And I take into account the business continuity risks it presents, but it's important to start with a clean, set of, executives, building a team around them, than you have people who are, the weakest link in the system. Honorable Spear, you've also made a very clear, indication that we need to turn around the irregular expenditure. Honorable Mahlatsi has indicated that there is a need for us to study the impact we are making with the resources that we have spent. For example, the youth that have been appointed, that has been funded, we need to track them, and so that we see the impact it has in the economy. So that whereas we are also reporting on, the administrative efficiencies that we want to make, we are also able to do an impact analysis, of the policies that we are implementing. This is clear to us, and we shall align ourselves with it, perhaps present timeframes by when this would be presented. I agree with Honorable Mahlatsi that this report shows the reason why the forensic report was necessary. Now we have the report, and it is a tool and an opportunity. And I think it is now our time to be held accountable, because the instruments are there for us to turn the system around, and there is no further room for just delaying outcomes and outputs in this regard. I'm going to ask my colleagues, Mr. Mabusela, to very quickly get into specific areas in terms of the questions, take into account the time available, and let's move as quickly as we can. If there is any other outstanding issues, I will ask Mr. Stanley Mkhize and Advocate Kuta to come in to close the gap quickly. I'm sure within 5 minutes we'll be able to do so, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, DG, and thank you, Honorable Chair. DG, I think you've covered generally the aspects that needed to. However, there are two areas that I feel that there's a need for broader context to be given with respect to the issue of irregular expenditure. Sometimes DG as bureaucrats were caught in service delivery contradictions. The huge 1.3 billion irregular expenditure was actually the amount that was transmitted to NSFAS that was supposed to urgently address the need of those students there who were struggling. So as bureaucrats, we had a choice between ignoring that request from those indigent students in the form of funds to NSFAS, or emphasizing the question of administrative procedures. DG, we then chose to go with the process of alleviating the plight of those NSFAS learners who were not able to get funded. That is how the 1.3 billion irregular expenditure was incurred. I think it is critically important to really give the context thereof. It was a choice between do you respond to the plight of the students that are there, or do you emphasize issues of administrative compliance? So that's the choice that we made, Chair, with respect to the 1.3 billion NSFAS funding and assistance. Then on the question of the high vacancy rate, Chair, I must say, Chair, that the processes are not really stagnant to say there are no posts. What we must remember is that posts have been advertised, and the presentation actually indicates the various areas at which the processes are. And if you look at the slide itself, you will see that we are on the side of the mountain now with respect to filling these posts. As I have indicated, that quite a critical posts have been filled, 2 of them. Some of them have already processed them, DG, to the minister, and quite a number of them, they will be, completed by the end of this current financial year. And also to accelerate that process, you've also given the go-ahead to NSF to actually manage its own recruitment processes so that this shortfall with respect to post filling is really addressed. And let me also say, Chair, we note, emphasizing what you have said, DG, to say all the other issues that have been raised, we undertake to provide comprehensive reports. I note that there are requests that relate to the projects that have been closed, as well as the projects that are new, which are they, and all that relates to them. All that information, Chair, we undertake to provide to the committee. And we have also noted all other requests thereof that are made by the committee, and we will comply as such. Thanks, DG.
Thank you, Mr. Mabusela. Mr. Stanley Mkize, from your side, a few comments directing to the questions.
No, DG, thanks, and thanks to the chairperson and honorable members. DG, we have noted that concerns around us to look at the issue of students dropping out and the fraud that happens around some of these programs. And we want to assure the members, the honorable members and the chair, that we will look into those matters. And there's a number of cases that we have already started investigating. And we are in the process of signing an MOU with Mpumalanga SIU, and they would look at the mandate of investigating some of these cases nationally. And so we are working on that. We know we have investigated. We know the modus operandi around fraud around students who are being enrolled and some are dropping out, the scams and all that, and the ghost students. So we are looking into that matter, and maybe in future we'll be able to provide a report on the steps that we have taken.
Thank you, Kabazela. May I request Miki Kuta, advocate?
Yes, DG.
Any comments, Sisi?
No, I just want to confirm to the committee that we will definitely come back to them and give them reports, feedback on our processes. Although the one that is under the Hawks is out of our hands, but we will give them feedback on the progress, even from their side. Thank you.
Chair, I know that the questions from the chair herself may not have come through yet, but we would like to hand over to you, Chair, that regard. Thank you.
Thanks, DG, and thank you very much to honorable members and colleagues for your patience with my unstable network this morning. So I think I need, maybe let me start with where I had concluded And we note some of the responses that you've given, and I apologize in advance if there are questions I am asking that you may have responded to already. Yeah, you will see how we interact with that. So when I got cut off, I was saying that one of my biggest concerns in relation to the NSF annual report and our targets, speaks directly to, I think, a continuous narrative that has been in our discussions since Wednesday, which is the fact that we really do need the NSF, like all other entities of the Department of Higher Education, to really be fully functional and capable of delivering on their targets, given the important role that this department ought to play in contributing to ensuring that citizens of this country have the requisite skills and knowledge to be active participants of our economy, right? And I mean, given the high unemployment rates, the high levels of inequality, the high levels of poverty, we really have a massive and mammoth task on our hands. And so we cannot find ourselves in a situation where there are funds set aside and we don't meet particular targets. Because for me, the question, DG, then becomes, but our belief and understanding is that there is an appetite within young people in this country. There's an appetite within Abantu Abadala. I mean, the other day, Honorable Yabo, I don't know if he's on the platform, he also had network challenges. He said he was questioning, coming out of I think the AG's briefing, an indication of senior citizens who were said to be participating in some of the initiatives that come through our CETA programs. Well, so ultimately they could, whether those numbers were factual or not, but there's a belief that there possibly is an appetite for learning, for reskilling, upskilling, and even just skilling within the whole spectrum of citizens within our country. And so, we really need to ensure that our department is performing at its optimum or optimal best, rather. And so we need to, when I see a target like this one, it says NSF funded beneficiaries who completed their education and training. We planned for 35,000, we only achieved 13,639. When you look at, for example, the number of NSF funded learners who completed their education and training towards occupation and in high demand, we planned for 10,500, we only achieved 4,113. When I look at, for example, the targets regarding learners funded by the NSF through SMME and cooperative skills development initiatives, we planned for 5,000 and achieved 0. And the reason there is that, the old projects are being closed out or have been closed, and newly recommended projects are in the process of recruitment and will start reporting in the new year. I question, for me, DG, in that case, the planning. And look, I've never found myself on the other side of where you find yourselves, colleagues of the department, but I question the planning. So, because if we don't plan accordingly, even if you give the reasoning that you have given here, Tina, what we are seeing is that you had planned to do something and it did not happen. So is there no way for us to review how our planning, and to review timeframes of when certain things happen, so that it doesn't look like we've not done something that we had planned to do. So I think there possibly could be some reflection and introspection on how we can better manage calendars, maybe in that regard. I mean, I think it's the same concern we have, for example, with NSFAS and the academic calendar vis-a-vis the financial calendar, and when funds are available within the entire higher education sector for universities, for colleges, etc. So it goes back to planning and how we better align dates and calendars, academic calendars, vis-a-vis, financial planning as well. So I think that is something that colleagues can assist us in understanding, to say, how can we avoid situations like that where a target then says 0%? And then when we look at issues in relation to the reports, if you can assist me, DG, maybe even before I continue with these with the questions, in relation to, my understanding is that in relation to the MTT review report, in relation to the forensic, you see, I'm date one, but anyway, I need clarity, DG. Which one are we saying as a department we need 30 days in order for us to be able to give a thorough implementation plan to the committee? Because my understanding is that it's the MTT review one, but please clarify how much time you need for the forensic, for the recommendations coming from the forensic investigation and the recommendations coming from the MTT review, before I even go further.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I think we're talking about the implementation plan for the MTT report.
Okay. So for the MTT report, you're asking for 30 days to bring us that implementation plan.
Yes, because the implementation plan is already there, but it must go through an approval stage. And we think that within 2 weeks that would have been done, so that it's safe for us to say by, at best, that time we must have submitted. 30 days is the worst, but we think that within 2 weeks we would be done.
Okay, and then in relation to the forensic investigation?
I think what is key about the forensic investigation is the regular updates, Chair. Those don't need 30 days. Those can be as regular as you would like them, because it's now a process. We've handed over the accountability issues. For example, people who have suspended, Chair, the law says within 90 days they must have been charged. They must have been presented with an opportunity to respond to the charges, which means therefore within the next 60 days, we must advise you on the commencements of those processes. And by that time, we will not be having 5 people. It will be a much bigger number of people who will be facing these charges, because on a daily basis, we're making progress. So in respect of the forensic report, Chair, there is no longer any more time. We are just committing to regular reporting.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, DG, for that. So in relation to so on both accords, I'm speaking about the implementation plan, right? Now, with the implementation plan of the recommendations coming from the MTT review, the 30 days is noted. Had we not had this dialogue that we just had, my concern really would have been that, given that the review was finalized some time ago, it would be worrisome that colleagues have not started some work and therefore will still need a 30 days to put together a final implementation plan. But given what you have just said, that there is a plan, but it needs some refinement, that is noted. Maybe what you could share with us in the meantime is the interim plan, just to bring us into confidence that you've not been sitting with recommendations that you're doing nothing with, and that you are then going to work from those recommendations and that plan that you put from there, and building on that and strengthening that, also taking into consideration, of course, some of the recommendations that would have come from your engagements this week with the committee. So I think we are fine on that one. In relation to the forensic investigation, and the recommendations coming from that, and the implementation of those recommendations that you have indicated to us, that some of the recommendations have already begun, or the implementation of the recommendations have already been put in place. Of course, you need a thorough plan that has timeframes, and that's really the big emphasis coming from the committee on both processes, right? To say, when do you want to have achieved what? And I really think when we speak about this, we are almost looking at some sort of a POA roadmap. There's another word that we used to like using during my student activism days, but I can't remember it. But that really brings us into confidence. That's to say, by this date, we want to have achieved this with this particular stakeholder, so that we are brought into confidence that we don't have some high level understanding of wanting to implement the recommendations, but we've really thought through technically how each recommendation can find expression. And we note already from some of your responses, how you have considered some of the recommendations that have come from members, for example, to engage with SARS and so forth, and other critical bodies in trying to strengthen the work you'll be doing in recovering some of the funds, and really holding people to account and ensuring that there is consequence management. And so then if I were to move on to maybe in relation to the capacity issues, and Honorable Mahlatsi raised this, right, to say that whilst all these reflections and all this work is being done in cleaning up the NSF, we need surety of the fact that the work that the NSF needs to continue to do will happen. But of course, there's this fine balance that needs to be made, right? Of saying, okay, we are trying to review the organization, so certain practices cannot continue as we are trying to, because the recommendations coming out of the review would say those practices are not assisting us and are not aiding us at all. So some of those, so as we continue to work, we need to take into consideration practices that must come to an end, because the review would have said they don't assist us in what we're trying to achieve. Certain practices would have to be incorporated, but this machine continues to move, and I think there's it could be tricky going through that, because you can't now stop the work of the NSF. So all these changes have to happen while the NSF continues to do the work that it is mandated to do. And finding that balance, DG, will really require that the department plays a very close sort of oversight and monitoring role on the NSF, because clearly you need to hold it by the hand, literally. And there's going to really there's going to be a need for ngathi sophisticated by trying to create this change, trying to stop what needs to be stopped, trying to bring in new interventions to strengthen the organization while it continues to do that. But I see in your responses that in your responses that you say that in certain cases you might have to bring in resource from the department to close the gap of where maybe there are suspensions and so forth. I want to raise a concern, caution, to say, in as much as that may be sort of the immediate idea that comes to mind on how we can close that particular gap, let us make sure that the department itself is not it does not find itself limping in terms of its own capacity, because our understanding is that the department in itself has an HR capacity challenge. So finding that balance as well, DG, will be very important. If I then look at I think the other matters maybe I'll include in my closing remarks around sorry colleagues, I've had to move onto the streets of Joburg to find better network, so I am in the car, and I really apologize for that disturbance. So I will have to add some of the other matters relating to way forward as part of my closing remarks, because those would have been recommendations coming from members. Then when we speak about on slide 7, the slide 7 of the responses, colleagues indicate that they will furnish the committee with the costs in relation to all these bodies that will be supporting us in cleaning up the NSF, so the SIU, the Hawks, so on and so forth, and all those costs that are related to that particular cooperative effort or collaborative effort. I would like to understand by when you would have sent those costs to us. And then yeah, I think you also indicate on the same slide 7, around the comprehensive plan on the forensic investigation. And DG, of course, you have said to us that, you've just said to me that we'll have continuous engagement. And I think our plan as a committee is to maybe work on a quarterly basis. So every quarter we meet to look into progress that we're making in relation to the implementation of the review process, the forensic investigation, as well as the audit action plan. So I think those 3 items together are something that we need to commit ourselves to interacting on a quarterly basis. I think that is just a resolution we can make right here and now. And then we also will really need to monitor, because in your responses you do speak to how you will be working on filling some of the vacancies in your regional offices, and and that is an area where I think as a committee, honorable members will really have to monitor that particular commitment that the entity has made on those vacancies, I think, being filled by the start or the end of or rather the start of the next financial year. I think it's March, April, somewhere there. So that is an area where we will have to, as a committee, closely monitor. Yeah, I was also worried about the percentage of NSF funded projects that are aimed at research projects, and us not being able to fulfill that particular target. That, I mean, overall, of course, we are concerned about targets that we've not been able to meet. But I think from my side, I just wanted to highlight those specific ones because they really are important. And as I said, you get concerned, because our understanding that there's massive demand in society for the opportunity to be skilled, reskilled, upskilled. And if we're not meeting those targets, it just becomes a little bit concerning. And it's the same concern I had with the DSI in relation to funds that were not allocated. It's the same concern we have when we speak about people with disabilities, and when we say we've not met that target, then we say we could not find them. We are not getting opportunities. We want opportunities. We're excluded, right? And then the question always becomes, okay, what do they not meet the criteria? How do we make sure that they meet the criteria so that we are able to ensure the inclusivity? So for me, when I see targets like this, I get concerned because there's a narrative out there in Pagatini where our constituents are saying, we're not getting X, Y, Z. Then when we come this side, the department is saying, no, there's no demand. So for me, I'm always really trying to find a way for us to work towards closing those particular gaps. I think I'll leave it at that for now. yeah, I'll leave it at that for now, DG. Really, many of it is comments. There are maybe one or two questions. Sorry, I just want to make sure that I'm not leaving anything out. Okay. Yeah, I think that's fine for now, DG. I'll hand back to you. Also, on the matter relating to DG, on the matter relating to the list of service providers that, you know, we are saying the department should look into. We're saying look beyond the 10 that you've engaged with, or look beyond the 10 projects you've engaged with. I don't think we are, because I'm looking at the response on slide 6, and I'm unsettled by it a bit. I don't think we're asking for permission. Like, I don't, like, DG, I think we're saying that it must happen. And colleagues must just figure out how do we do it? How do we broaden the scope? I think we are strongly imploring, if I were to try and be diplomatic. But Maulaleli told committee, Namalunga, DG, I don't think bayacela. So we just need to look into how it happens and the resources that will be needed for us to expand and broaden the scope of those that we need to look into. Thanks, DG.
Chair, there are specific questions that you've asked, which I'll ask Mr. Mabusela to speak to quickly, and then I will make my closing comments. Around specific slides, Mr. Mabusela. I think it was slide 6 and
Okay, DG. Yeah, what I've captured here, that relates us to the concern that was raised with respect to the slide that speaks to the question of the lack of achievement of targets as it relates to maybe we need to review how we plan our targets. And as it was indicated, for an example, if you look at the SMME target where we planned for, where it was captured in the previous year, yet the target related to the next financial year, we'll reconsider that, Chair. We've also noted the issue of research as flighted as a very important component with respect to delivering on that. We'll also work on that, Honorable Chair. But largely we have noted your highlights with respect to the lack of achievement in quite a number of these targets which we set on our own, and other members have also related to that. And then with respect to the question of the filling of vacancies at regional level, yes, Chair, we note your input there, and we still stick to the undertaking that at least by the beginning of the next financial year would have made a headway with respect to filling these vacancies. And also the cost-related question with respect to the external expertise, the Hawks, and the other agencies, will make a determination with respect to that, Chair, and we'll give, you've indicated as to when do we envisage to provide that information. We'll propose, Chair, maybe 2 weeks from today for us to then interact with respect to quotations and the stuff. Thank you, DG. I think those are the main issues that I have captured as raised by the Honorable Chair. Thanks, DG.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mabusela and Chair. your questions, I think as I go through them.
Can you please go to the
DG, we've lost you. Okay, colleagues, there you
I
go.
think, all right, thank you, Chair. I think I unmuted myself. Chair, we may have answered some of the questions, but we understand that some of the questions are deep and they require that we nuance better when we present written responses to you, so that we can be satisfied also ourselves that we have responded adequately to your questions. But there are two additional issues which you have raised, Chair. First, around the NSF report. Can we agree, Chair, that the quarterly report in terms of the forensic is accepted, and we shall stick to it as indicated, and that with the MTT report we will provide the implementation plan as soon as we finalize it, and not later than the time that we have requested. I think that is the one matter, but issues that you have overall raised, ranging from our understanding of the appetite, for learning and reskilling amongst the young people of South Africa, are fundamental questions that can't be answered by a yes or no, but they are questions that are looking into the fundamental, philosophy and strategy of the department. And I think we want to look into this, Chair, and maybe engage further, because I think there is no difference between us in terms of what we must do to exercise and service our policy objectives. We are aligned in this regard, and all we want to do is to just find levers to drive it. In this regard, Chair, allow me to just share with you the fact that we have already agreed, that in order to service what the minister has indicated to us as a need to look into young people that are caught up in the bracket of the missing middle, can't be funded, can't move. Some already have had funding received through NSFAS, but they're still unemployed. Some may have graduated, but the skills acquired are not properly aligned to the economic opportunities that are available. We are putting together a plan, to support this area. Alone, government can't do it. But I think we think that NSF can make a contribution. It's still an internal conversation, but we are eager to share with you the plan. Secondly, we wish to also share that there is an observation that we've made around the successful NSF projects, that in the majority of them, you find that the numbers don't make sense in terms of the beneficiaries. It's a good project, but it just can't make an impact if you do not scale it up. It's already proven to be a successful initiative, but why just a few? Why not target young people in vulnerable areas, young people with potential? These are the issues which we have lifted, which are going to turn things around in terms of the results of this organization. We note the contradictions between the old and the new projects, and the fact that you have suggested, Chair, that planning might be the issue. I think it's planning, Chair, but I think we are also caught up in the fact that the majority, if not all the projects which are implicated in wrongdoing, particularly because the Auditor General had indicated that there's more projects that needs to be looked into. It actually have led to us to move with caution when it comes to the old projects that have not yet been gone through the fine comb that we are using to try and make sure that we don't continue to fund people who have issues to respond to up until they are cleared by our system. So we were caught largely by that transition, but in a number of projects that would go through the processes of the AG through the steering committee that we have set up. This is important, and Honorable Mahlatsi raised the issue about who is part of that steering committee, given the fact that we are working with some of the people who are already implicated in some of the stuff. That's a difficulty we are confronted with. We will take note of those concerns and work towards finding better solutions than those that we have on the table. The percentage of NSF funded projects, and the issue of the list of service providers, and your last comment, Chair, I don't think that we understood or we misunderstood your request for that, Chair. I think we are aligned with that. There is absolutely no confusion there. We would like to thank you, Chair, for the opportunity that you've provided us today. We trust that today, in responding to questions, I thought I must just bring a team of officials that work behind the scenes to get us these documents that we are talking about, particularly, our internal processes. I thought the integrity that is there in those processes, as I've seen them, I've come to appreciate. And I thought that what Mr. Mkhize brought in terms of what actually, helped us to nuance the previous reports, trying to really say that we need your confidence, in our processes, because we believe in them. But we realize, Chair, that at some point certain things could be faster as well. It is important to say this, but Chair, I think we have invested a lot in ensuring that our processes are foolproof, and I think we've benefited from our close working relations with law enforcement agencies of government across the board. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG, for those responses. Thank you very much to Mr. Mabusela and to all colleagues from the department and from the NSF for being part of this meeting this morning and early afternoon. Thank you very much to honorable members as well for their inputs. I want to just check if it is okay with, before I conclude, if members, let me see. Anele, do we meet quorum?
Chair, at the moment we do not have the quorum.
Okay, and is it possible if we could adopt, is there still space for us to adopt both reports, given the challenges with the DSI BRRR, BRRR report, given the challenges with that, is it possible for us to still adopt on Wednesday, or do we have to adopt today?
No, Chair, certainly we can adopt next week, Wednesday.
Okay, all right. With that being said, then colleagues, allow me to just summarize on today's meeting. Again, we met so that we could conclude on our meeting that we had with the NSF and the department on Wednesday regarding the forensic investigation as well as the entity review. And we agreed that given the time constraints that we had, we would continue with this meeting this Friday, and we decided to add the annual report as guided by the recommendations from the AG. Honorable members have raised a number of recommendations. They've made a number of observations. They've asked a lot of questions, and I'd like to trust that we have noted many of the observations that have been made. Some key, the general observation is that the NSF DG, Mr. Mabusela, is not reflecting the type of entity that we wanted to reflect, to be able to address the mandate or fulfill the mandate that it needs to fulfill. There are, speaking on mandate, one ongoing recommendation that is coming from all honorable members is that we need to ensure, we need to look into any duplications that exist across programs of the department and across entities of the department and the work that they are doing. And I think that really is a key theme that is coming across, that must be listened, that must be highlighted. So let's look into that, DG. Let's make, you know how I feel about introspecting and reflecting. You know, what works, we continue with it. What doesn't work, doesn't work. How you know, what changes need to be made in order for us to strengthen what we're trying to achieve? And we cannot be steadfast on, you know, narratives like, if you would remember, what brought us to this place, to this decision in the first place is X, Y, and Z. Well, it's not working. It's not working. So what do we do now? You know, and that also does not mean that we must play like mrabaraba with programs, right? So we also need to afford programs sufficient time for them to mature and materialize, for us to say, okay, actually, no, that really doesn't work. We've tried, we've monitored it, we were not sporadic in terms of chopping and changing, and it doesn't work. So meeting that fine balance is very important. I think really another theme that is coming across this afternoon is the balancing game, you know, balancing the human resource between the department, balancing the planning, vis-a-vis, you know, financial planning, vis-a-vis targets, actual, you know, actionable targets. So all of that, which needs strong leadership. Ultimately, it needs strong leadership that is decisive and that understands the vision that we have. Decisive also in removing anything that stands in the way of us fulfilling our mandate, be it a system, be it a person. But if it is hindering us from what we want to achieve, asifuni maihambe. So going back to some of the observations or recommendations coming from members, the list of vacancies, and I do see that, you know, the department was able to furnish us with some of those vacancies, and when they foresee them being filled. But there are others that I think have been left out, and therefore, you know, Honorable Litzia, for example, calls for a really holistic HR plan that can be shared with the committee, that also stretches itself to, for example, the regional offices. So DG, maybe in the next 2 weeks, we will need, or part of your implementation plan on the review of the organization, when you submit that plan to us, which you've committed to 30 days, then you can add some of these plans in relation to filling of vacancies and so forth. The audit action plan, of course, that also needs a thorough and comprehensive one. We see that colleagues have said that they are working on it and they're in the process of developing it. That needs to be shared with us. We can add that, where are we now? We are in October. So by end of November, that also needs to be shared with the department. And then the full list of all active projects, that also needs to be shared with us. We'll make the time frame the same. And then, sorry, I'm hopping in between notes. Colleagues will just be patient, please. And then also really being thorough and detailed in dealing with officials that have enabled corruption, those that have contributed to any type of negligence. So that speaks directly to consequence management, DG, and we will fully support the department and the NSF in all actions of consequence management that needs to take place, together, of course, with the Hawks and so forth. I think issues around the entity having its own board, stemming from recommendations of the MTT review, that is something that has also been highly endorsed by members and has come through strongly in our engagements. I've mentioned issues around the duplication of various entities of the department, programs of the department. A review of the Skills Development Act is something that we as members also feel needs to happen, also stemming from the MTT review. I've mentioned the issue around the implementation plan that is matched with timeframes and that sort of detail. DG, we note that you are indicating that you need about 2 weeks. Oh no, actually it was Mr. Mabusela who said you need about 2 weeks to give us the cost breakdown. Maybe let's just add that to the 1 month time frame. So you'll give that to us in a month. So in a month's time, colleagues, we require a number of responses from yourself that are detailed, be it in relation to HR plans, to lists that we need of active projects or vacancies, you know, your implementation plan, so on and so forth. So we are saying, let us keep those all to a month. I think that is about it for now, honorable members and colleagues. Really, a lot has been said by ourselves, by ourselves as members, by the department as well. Ours is to commit ourselves to quarterly monitoring or oversight on the department and the NSF. In turning the tide at the NSF, I think it must be a collective effort. It's something that we are committing ourselves to as a committee. And really, we want to see yourself, DG, we want to see Minister and DM and the entire collective, including ourselves as members of parliament, being champions of the change that we need to see there. I think this was something that came from Honorable Mananiso on Wednesday, that we really need to be seen to be committed to championing the change that needs to take place in order for the NSF to be able to meet its core mandate and have a direct impact on the lived realities of citizens of this country. Yes, colleagues, that then brings us to the end of our meeting. Colleagues, all other agenda items that we had scheduled for today, can we kindly place them on Wednesday? I think most importantly, the 2 reports, the BRRR, the DSI and DHET BRRR reports, and then we'll move into the minutes. So having said that, that brings us to the end of our meeting. Thank you so much and have a lovely weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Siyabonga Mkhatshwa.
Recording stopped.